Right. Time for part 4. Good morning. Been building an e-commerce shopping cart app. Very simple. I say simplistic at least. I don't know how much any kind of programming is simple. We've got server. I'm going to start up and take a look at what we've got so far. So haven't done anything to focus on CSS styling layout at all. Got very standard styling when it comes to Vite. We've got links. We've got a catalog. Looks like none of my data is in here. Yeah, last session left us in an error state. So, kind of have to figure out what to do with that. Interesting. So we're getting 200 OKs. We're not getting any data back. But what I was looking at was trying to get these tests working a little bit better. And I was poking around a little bit with my test setup last night because I couldn't peel myself away. And what I got is a combination of a couple of tools. I got mock service worker and supertest working together. One of the issues that I was running into is that I was starting up my server as part of my tests. Uh, oh my. Oh, I got some sort of report that one of my streaming application crashed. It looks like maybe it didn't crash, or at least it reopened quickly. Um, so, what mock service worker is, mock service worker is a way to fake out uh, HTTP requests in testing. I didn't describe what the problem was. So the problem was that in my test, I was starting my server as part of the test so I could actually exercise the full stack, actually have my front end make requests, hit the back end, hit the database, and send data back. This is what's called an integration test, uh, integrating real components, real things. Uh, and the trouble with starting a server, a real server in the tests, is that it allocates a port. And allocating a port is like, in general, you can only allocate that port once on your computer. So the way that this test runner works, vtest, is that if you have multiple test files, it will actually try to run those in parallel. Right? I'm working on a machine with like 6 CPU cores. In theory, I can run 6 tests in parallel, one on each core. But that port is a constraining resource. So opening my server directly in my tests worked fine when I just had one test file. But then when I added a second test file that needed to connect to that server, it broke. Because the other test said, hey, I can't access that server. I can't start that server. Well, first it couldn't access it. Then when I tried to start it, it couldn't start it because the port was already allocated by the other test. So I needed a way to, I had several choices at this point. I could have written my tests in a way that didn't actually need to connect to my real server. I could do some kind of mocking. And that's typically what mock service worker is for. MSW is a mock service worker. So the purpose of mock service worker is you set up, look at JavaScript for a second because it's a little smaller. So you set up a worker, uh, and setting up a worker looks a lot like defining a server. And you specify routes and responses. And so the API is very similar to Express, not identical, but you're defining HTTP methods, paths, and handlers. And the way that you respond to a handler is a little bit different. But the idea is you put this in your test code. You can also use it in development, but you set this up, and if you're using it in your test, when you're running your tests, your system sends this data instead of actually hitting your server. The advantage to this is that it's very consistent. To me, a disadvantage of this is that you are building a parallel implementation of your server. So as your server changes, your tests need to change too. There are certainly circumstances where this makes sense. I think on larger teams where you don't have the ability to change that server so easily. This could certainly be faster than hitting a server, than doing a round trip, especially through a database. But what I wanted was the ability to hook into these network requests. But instead of sending fake data, I thought it would be interesting if I could hook into the network stack. So when the client application makes a network request, don't go to the real server. At least I would say don't go over HTTP. That's the crucial thing here, is that when you do this, you don't make a full network request out. You kind of make a fake network request out. But instead of returning hard-coded data, I thought, what if I could actually use my server code without making a full network request, without having to get a port? So I knew that I could use a library called supertest. So supertest is a way to get an Express server and make requests against it without going over a network. So I thought, could I combine mock service worker and supertest together in some sort of Frankenstein scenario to get access to all the things that I want, so that I can have multiple tests running in parallel that actually do a full integration test of my server and my database without having to to get a port. And so I did. So this I made a single test file so I could validate this and see that that would work. So what I've done is I have run the setup server and listen for mock service worker. So what this is going to do is I'm setting up a server and saying I want to intercept all network requests or all HTTP requests that the path starts API/star. That's going to be my API. And what I'd like, so that's what I'm doing with service worker. And then when I intercept that request, I'm using supertest to forward the request into my actual application code. So to do that, I have to get the request method. So this is get, post, put, or delete. I get the path name. So that's whatever is API/whatever. I have to set the HTTP headers from the request, and I have to send the actual body. And then, after that request completes, I need to send back the JSON data that the server sent back. Uh, so the way that I am testing that is I've got one test that makes a post request, sends some headers. It sends a custom header and a message. And the server's job is to send that data back. So it'll send back the message and it'll combine it with the custom header. So that proves to me that all this is going on, and this test does not start the server. So if I go to, I'm going to make another shell session. And let's see, we're going to test, telling vtest to just run this one file, putting it in run mode so it'll run the test once and exit, rather than watch mode where it keeps watching. Oh, why? So I had to reboot my computer overnight. So Postgres wasn't on. Here we go. Reindexing recommended, but why? I can think about that. So I run that test, and that failed. I swear I had this in a point where it was working last night. Ah, yes, that is right. So I had this at a point where it was working last night because I had put a little application server here. So let me go and find, okay. I'd initially tested this out by putting this API endpoint, like I just made a little standalone app here. So I was like const app equals express, and then I said app.post API test. It's in watch mode, undefined. And what I was missing was app use the JSON parser. So it wasn't getting that data. So with that in place, it passes. So instead of that, I put this code here, but I had forgotten to put the JSON parser in my application code. And I thought that was all that I was missing. So why undefined? Because I haven't saved that. There we are. So that is working. Yeah, like that's the thing about me. I'm crazy. Uh, I I love using software for off-label use. Like, mock service worker did not expect to be used this way. Supertest did not expect to be used this way. But I had a thing that I wanted to do. I was like, wouldn't it be great if I could do this? And then sort of scanned through the available parts. Yeah, I used two libraries to replace having to use a port. Like what I had before, uh, is like I was using vtest. I'll get in there. So I was using vtest, and vtest was like, test file dot test.ts. When I ran vtest, vtest found this file, and inside of that file, I had some code that would do, app.listen port 3000. So that test would cause app.listen, and then app.listen would communicate to the operating system and say, I'd like port 3000, please. And that works. So then the test file would also, make requests on port 3000. And that worked until we open up test file 2.test, and vtest finds that. And test file 2 also calls app.listen and also says, I would like port 3000, please. And the operating system is like, no, you can't have it. Somebody else already has port 3000. So this was not working. It worked fine when we just had one test file. But once we got a second test file, we got this conflict. And so what we're doing now instead is we've got vtest and we've got our test. And the test file calls says, hey, mock service worker, intercept API star. And what we tell mock service worker to do when it intercepts API star is to use supertest to invoke app API star. So in theory, this should work just fine. There might be a little bit of a conflict here because that intercepting is something that they probably can't both claim to intercept, but I think that's a solvable problem. Like we can figure out some way to have these share the way that they intercept so that we don't create a conflict with intercepting that network request. So this is where we're headed. The trouble with this is not a solvable problem because the operating system is going to say, no, you're not allowed to do that. I've only got one port 3000. They can't both use it. There are I mean, I feel like nothing's impossible with a computer, so I'm sure someone with more knowledge about how ports work and how to make things work could do it. But my knowledge was like, let's use mock service worker and supertest so we don't have this constraint around this port. And so far, so I had that thought. I'm like, I think I can do this. And so I proved it out by making just a single test file and saying, can I even combine mock service worker and supertest in this way? and this was the, 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 the way to do it. So now I want to take this code and move it someplace else so that all the tests get to take advantage of this. So I guess the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to see what happens if I run npm vtest without doing anything else. I assume this is going to break. Yeah. So we're getting fetch failed, not able to connect. So in all these tests, nothing is actually intercepting yet. So I want to go yank this out. Oh, and I don't want to, the server close is also related to this, but I don't want to close it there. I want to yank this out. And so I guess my first thought is I still want to go down to just my single test case. So when I've taken out that mock service worker code, this breaks. That's to be expected. So I got to figure out where can I put this in a general place to make this pass. And I think this is in setup tests. So I've been poking around. So this global test setup inserts data into the database. I like that where it is. That runs once at the beginning of the test run. Uh, Setup tests, I think this might be where I want to start up my mock service worker. So I've got to add all my missing imports. I'm going to need app as well. Let me see if I can actually just need all of these imports. And I'm not going to close here. I'm just going to listen. So I think this will be at the beginning of the test. This will set up the service worker and hopefully it will be available. So I think this is already configured in the vtest config. Yeah, so global setup runs once, setup files, I'm pretty sure that runs once per run. So if I rerun my tests here, that works. So my single test is running. I'm going to rerun this, make sure that it works for multiple runs. This seems great. I just want to see, is this file running many times? Yeah, so we are seeing that happen every time. I'm not sure, like, should I be closing? I think if this file, I don't think I need to be closing it manually because between test runs, I think vtest is terminating the process. So any resources are going to be cleaned up. I'll make a note here. So we'll do server.close. I'm going to say not calling server.close because vtest appears to terminate the process between test runs. So manual cleanup not necessary. And Colin feels, I'm going to say 50% confident this is true. So it's possible that this might cause problems later, but for now it seems to be working. All right. So now I want to see, does this work for all the other tests? So I'm going to run them. No. This definitely seems to fail for anything that actually needs to touch the network. Uh, but I'm curious, did it fail for my simple fetch test? No, the fetch test passed. So that's really interesting to me. That some of these passed and some of these failed. Oh, you know what? I'm kind of seeing what seems maybe common about them is like the first page passes. Things that rely on properties fail. I remembered I didn't use the, what was I using? Console Ninja. So I want to do some console logging. I'm thinking, does the path name not include the URL params? So I'm going to put a log message here. We'll do console.log request.url.pathname and request.url.search. And let's see what we get here. Yeah, the URL doesn't include the parameters. So I just need to stitch these back together. Or so I thought. So I'm going to go to one of my API routes, or I'm going to go to one of these tests. And I'm going to, because these tests, because these tests take a little bit of, they're kind of slow to fail. And I want them to fail a little bit faster. So I'm going to go to, it's interesting, renders all the categories in the catalog fail. So I'm going to go to that specifically. So let's find you. And I'm going to make this the only test that runs. And I'm going to filter down to paths so that file is the only test that runs. Okay, that runs quite a bit faster. So yeah, I'm expecting to see categories. But I'm not seeing anything, and I'm getting network failures. I call save and rerun. And I'm getting API categories and API products. But API categories seems to be failing. So why is that? Let's look at the request.method. So yeah, we're calling get API categories. And that appears to be failing. I'm going to see what do we get as the result. Uh, result dot status do I have types. Super test types are not the greatest. It comes back as any, but let's look at the status in the body. I'm pretty sure that's what the properties are. Oh, so we appear to be getting failure before anything else. Oh, you know where I wonder where this might be failing is, okay, I'm going to put so I think what might be failing is that the GET request doesn't have a body. And so when I try to get the body, it just blows up. So let's try this and see if there is an error here. Catch error. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, we got no JSON. Cool. So I need to figure out a way to, only do this if there actually is JSON data. So let's do like const body equals await request.json. Could like do a catch and do nothing with that. And just say that or it's empty. Let's see if this solves our immediate problem. Okay. It's not getting an error here, so that's positive. I am getting a 404. That's not great. Uh, and I just want to double check that the API categories, if I go to the API, oh, that's just not the route that I've put these at. I have put it at catalog slash categories. So at some point I moved stuff around, and when I moved everything into this router, I ended up changing the routes. Uh, Not ideal, but I kind of like keeping these together as part of the catalog. So I'm just going to go and change my front end code. So that's going to be in the catalog page. Got API categories. And so this is now API catalog categories and API catalog products. There we go. And that passes. So I don't know that I love that I am doing this like that, catching an error to make a default. I'd prefer to know, like, is there a body? Uh, and is there like gets typically don't have a body? Uh, but let's see if there's any details here. There's text, which we can await. We could say const raw body equals await request.text, and we can say if raw body, and that should cover that. Don't know, maybe I guess like part of the issue is that this is not always going to be JSON, but for now, I'm gonna just be okay with this. I'm not gonna worry too much. I might put a to do here. Decide whether or not to uh, determine if there is a request body before trying to use it. I'm just going to kick the can down the road a little bit. Because I want to see, does changing those two paths fix everything else? So where was I? I was in catalog tests, was doing it.only. So if I take out the dot only, then all of those tests pass. If I take out the filter to run all tests, now all the tests pass. Cool. So I'm happy with this. I no longer have the situation where I am competing for ports with my tests. So there's something like the frustration here, I suppose, is that these tests take a little while to run. Like these tests take 11 seconds to run. And if I hit rerun, they take another 11 seconds. That's not ideal. Uh, Generally want faster feedback cycles than that. And so this is a trade-off between uh, integration tests and what are typically called unit tests. So mentioned a moment ago that I was doing what would be called integration tests. And the integration test, what makes them integration tests is they actually use multiple parts of the application. So I've got the React application, I've got Postgres, and I've got Express. Uh, Now, in this test, there are parts of this that are faked out. Like React is running inside of a fake web browser environment provided by JS DOM. So JS DOM, like fake browser. So I'm not actually running a full web browser, but I am running a set of code that behaves as if it was a web browser, even though it's not. So every test case is starting this web browser, this fake web browser. Like that's a little slow. Just because, I mean, using a real web browser would be slow as well. It might even be slower. Uh, there's a lot going on there. Uh, the Here I'm using mock service worker to, instead of HTTP, I'm faking it out and I'm actually hitting the real Express server. That's a little slow. Express is relatively, it just adds a little bit of time every part of this. Uh, Going out to Postgres, and Postgres actually, goes to my disk, goes to my hard drive, uh, and that is like particularly slow. So altogether, these things add up to make every test just a little slow. So this would be integration test. The cons of the integration test is that it's a little slow. Uh, it also means that failures in, like, if I'm writing a test and I'm testing my React component, this is the philosophy of testing libraries. You want to test it like the user is going to use it, is that failures in uh, far away parts of the stack break the test. So if for some reason something goes wrong here, the test that's thinking about, do I render all the catalog categories, that breaks. So those are the downsides. Uh, I think the pros of integration testing is that it is incredibly realistic. There, I said there are parts of this that we are faking, but every time that we run a test, we are going all the way out. We're exercising all the code that's been written. Uh, so it's incredibly realistic. Um, the I think another pro here is that I really only need to test as the user uses the application. So if I write a test to say, click a button here, and that just so happens to validate that my database schema is the way that I want it to be. Now I say it's a little slow, like we're working here at 10 seconds. And so I'll measure that in milliseconds here. So if we have 10 seconds, that is 10,000 milliseconds for how many tests? I've got 23 tests. So that, what is, no, 10,000 over 23. So that is about 500 milliseconds per test that we're at right now. So we've got 500 milliseconds per test. And that's just what I have here. If I had more components in my stack, you could see this could get slow. Uh, and when I say a little slow, we could compare this to, what if we got 50 milliseconds per test? We're thinking about, like, what would it be like if the order of magnitude was different? So if I had 50 milliseconds per test, uh, instead of taking 10,000 seconds, let's say 50 times 23, now we're taking 1 second. If I could get down to the range of 5 milliseconds per test, then we'd be getting 100 milliseconds to run the entire suite of tests. Uh, if we could get less than 5 milliseconds per test, like what if we could go, maybe it's absurd, what if we get 1 millisecond per test or 2 milliseconds per test? Like, we could be running this whole test suite and a much larger test suite very quickly. And so I say a little slow, but in computers, they could do things much, much faster. If I think about, like, how much is this software doing? Not doing a lot. It's fetching a little bit of data, rendering a little bit of HTML. Uh, you know, I don't know, people simulate entire worlds and make video games and run those at 60 frames per second. So things that take 500 milliseconds or 50 milliseconds are actually quite slow. Uh, so those are the cons of integration testing. Another end, like, you think of, like, testing is on a spectrum. Another side of the spectrum is what people call unit testing. And the idea of unit testing is that instead of testing all of these things in integration, is you test them individually. So that'd be, instead of going all the way to Express, you still might use something like mock service worker, or maybe even not. But we're going to take our React component, and we're going to essentially hard code the data. And we might say we're going to take our Express server, and we are going to uh, only test individual API routes. And we're not going to test them by running through the application as the user would use it. We're just going to call. We're going to, use something like super test, and then Postgres. Like you might have like different varying levels. Like maybe you're going to do an integration test here and a unit test here, where you might have some unit tests that you do over here. Oh, I'm just getting a notice. I know YouTube said that I was getting not enough bandwidth, but when I go and look at OBS, it says it's sending quite enough data. Uh, so the general flavor is like how integrated in your test. How many real systems are you actually testing all together versus how much are you sort of hard coding at the boundaries between systems? Because you could have something that say like, oh, instead of having your Express server go all the way to the database, you could also hard code data and sort of fake out connecting to the database and do that. If you have like utility or helper functions, you could test those as units. And so and essentially the pros and cons kind of flip. Uh, so the cons of unit testing are it's a little synthetic. Uh, Changes in far away parts of the code will break the application but have no effect on the tests. The pros is that it can be very fast. Uh, and it can let you focus on testing exactly the part of the code you're working on. And so it's not uncommon to have some mix of both. Uh, I would say the question of like unit tests versus integration tests is one of the great debates of software development. Should we do unit testing? Should we do integration testing? Uh, I I think I find myself falling on the side of integration testing. Uh, I don't like the cons here where a change in a faraway part of the code will break the application, but the tests still pass. Uh, I find that very troubling. Uh, the the pros, like the speed though, like that's what I'm running into right here. Right, is the like, man, this takes 10 seconds to run all these tests. I mean, on one hand, that's, it's real slow. On the other hand, if I had to do all this by hand, that would take at least 2 or 3 minutes to actually go through all of those test cases. And so if I had to do it by hand, I probably just wouldn't do it. I think there's also I have, and this is a bit of like a nitpick, so it's a little unfair, but I don't like the term unit test. The term unit test in software development, in software testing, uh, I think has taken on the meaning of isolated module. I'm going to say small isolated module. When people say unit test, they mean small isolated module that doesn't touch anything else, doesn't depend on any other things. Uh, the bone that I have to pick with this is that is not the generally accepted definition of the word unit. Uh, the word unit does not have a scale, does not have a quantity. Unit is something for which there is a quantity. So I could say that the Earth is one unit of planet, but the Earth is one of the most integrated systems that we know of, right? The solar system is one unit of solar system. The galaxy is one unit of galaxy. The word unit says nothing about the size of something, but when people say unit test, they assume that it always means small test that only tests one thing. But I would say that an integration test is a unit test where the unit size is the application. When people say unit test, what they usually mean is single function, single class, single component. Uh, and I sometimes feel like I want to pull my hair out because this is just generally accepted. Like if we go and search for unit testing, unit testing is a software development process in which the smallest testable parts of an application, called units, are individually scrutinized for proper operation. And I say, what is going on? Why have we taken a word that does not imply size and claim that it implies size? Uh, because what it robs from us is the ability to use the word unit in conversation. I can't say, um, or it lets people say unit. I think another thing that I see is that people say they're unit testing, and what people think of, like, what people say is the smallest testable part of an application. They just sort of assume that everyone agrees with them what the smallest testable part is, but they don't agree. They all have a slightly different idea in their mind, and so they get into a lot of these debates as to, like, is this a unit test? Could the unit be smaller? As if the goal of testing is to find the smallest possible unit. And I don't think that the goal of testing is to find the smallest possible unit. I think the goal of testing is to save time. Uh, the I think the goal of testing is to save time. You can definitely pick multiple types of 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 tests, and typically a larger application with multiple people will have lots of different types of tests. And so that's where I feel like to me, that's the sadness of the loss of the word unit, is that to say that only the smallest tests are the unit tests robs us of the ability to say, which unit am I testing? So I could say, because I just said, I define an integration test is a unit test where the unit is the whole application. Someone else says that a unit test is a unit test of a single function. I'd be fine if they said the unit I'm testing is a single function, but they take another step and they say only a single function is a unit. Everything else is not a unit. I'm like, no, that's not what unit means. Uh, Everything is a unit. You just have to define the boundaries of the category of unit that you are testing. Uh, and that's my rant on units. But I so this is like you'll run into this, and at least it helps me to like, I don't know, when I'm in conversations about testing, I don't, I try to avoid using the word unit test. I will say integration test. And typically when I use the word integration, uh, it's because I'm doing something that crosses like a boundary of data transfer. So all of these boundaries here, this is HTTP, that's going over the network. This is, you know, Postgres protocol. This is file system IO. And so I think there is something like it is useful category of tests to think about tests that do uh, IO or input output that serialize data over some sort of transport layer. Like that to me, that's a meaningful category of tests is tests that actually go over the network or go over the file system. Because that is a test that like goes between two different running processes. Uh, and so I like writing these tests a lot. I think that they help me a lot. The although I did run into a case where like maybe a unit test would have been helpful here. Like look, so when I had this problem where I had to rewrite this to be API products, API catalog products. Now, my tests, my integration tests helped me find that, but it didn't immediately tell me what was wrong. If I had also created a test that was just a test of the API, it would have told me immediately, right away, real fast, that I had a 404 because this path didn't exist. It's not going to tell me what the other path is. I did have to know that. So, like, I can see the value in these, but definitely my preference is I prefer tests that exercise more of the system with smaller tests. I also really like the testing library approach, which is test the application the way the user is going to use it. One of the reasons why I like that is that uh, we could say like why test is this other question, right? Why test at all? Uh, and so I think like it might set up like what are some of the benefits of testing? We can say software doesn't break. Uh, we might say that's a benefit of testing. We catch regressions. So, like a benefit of this testing was that, I broke the software by changing that route and caught it, right? If this was an actual piece of software that I was shipping into production, it would have been bad if I shipped it with that problem in it. So the tests helped me find that. But I'd say like maybe like an issue here with saying just why test at all is that I could have tested this manually. I could have gone to the application and I could have observed with my eyes that the catalog is breaking. I can go back here, can break it that way, and I can see, hey, this program does not work. What is going on? And then I can go and investigate. So I think this is another language thing. You might notice I'm big on language, and like I think there's value in being specific with our words. The question is not why test it all, but automated testing. Why do automated testing? Because I think any type of verification is a test. I might say that I'm using this application, but really what I'm doing is I'm testing it. I'm testing, does it do what I expect it to do? Uh, and so the benefits of testing, we could have this without automated test at all. Uh, why do automated testing? We get the same benefits, right? Same benefits. Actually, let me make this bigger. So software doesn't break. We catch regressions, but we do it much faster and more consistently. Do you have a clipboard? Yeah. Like the manual testing without doing automation, uh, right? I've got in my test suite now, I have 23 tests and they run in half a second each. I think that if I was to actually, write out that test plan, give myself a checklist, let's say that takes probably 10 seconds each to really look at the test, make sure I understand how I'm going to verify it, go through the operations to verify it, and then confirm that it ran. So probably like at least 10 seconds each if I'm being, and that'd be, just like a robot going through and doing it. 10, that's 230 seconds. I did bad at basic math. It's like 4 minutes. So it's at least on the order of minutes. So it's going from the order of minutes to seconds. And as soon as something like that, takes minutes, I'm not going to do it. So to me, I think that is like immediately something like testing. You've got to do it. You've got to do testing because otherwise you're going to deploy broken software. So you have to verify that the software does what you expect it to do somewhere, some step. You're going to be verifying that the software works, or your end users are going to be verifying that your software works for you. And if your end users, catch a broken test case, they're going to be unhappy. You're going to have to scramble to fix things, uh, and so that's not good. That conceivably costs you money, loses you users. Uh, so testing, maybe like testing will happen. The question is, are you going to test or are your users going to test for you? If you're going to test, uh, do you do it automatically or manually? Uh, and I'd prefer to do as much automatically as I can. Yeah, testing without automation takes a long time. Uh, and I think like the name for testing without automation is quality assurance. Uh, and you probably should have some level of quality assurance. As your software gets bigger and bigger, you're going to have some sort of, level of humans using the software, not just to make sure that it does what it's supposed to do, but to make sure that it does what it's supposed to do in a pleasant, nice to use way. So somebody should be using the application. Like right now, all the automated tests in the world don't catch the fact that this is a miserable product to use. It looks terrible, doesn't give you enough information. Uh, so automated testing is a concern of the engineers that I just want to make sure that my software works consistently. Excuse me. Uh, I think there's another benefit here. So I say, why test at all? Uh, and I said that you get the same benefits but faster and more consistent, and that's good. But you get another advantage with automated testing, and that is confident refactoring. Uh, because it happens much faster and more consistently, I can confidently refactor my code. And refactoring is a fancy software word for rewrite. So I changed my code. I originally had routes that looked like API products, and I turned that into API catalog products. And I had the same thing for API categories, and I converted that into API catalog categories. Uh, and it turned out that that broke my application, but it was a change that I wanted to make. I wanted to rearrange my source code into certain folders and certain files, and the way that my programming model meant that those now both lived at this new route. And that was a change that, as an engineer, I wanted to make, but it didn't change the way the application worked. So my tests let me confidently make that change. If it took, you know, it took me, I don't remember, I was just moving files around. It probably took me less than a minute to make that change. Uh, if it took me 5 minutes to verify that that type of syntactic change didn't break my software, I'd be much less likely to make those types of syntactic changes. Uh, Even though they're ones that, as an engineer, I really want to. They make the code more understandable to me, uh, and that is a benefit of automated testing, which is this confident refactoring. And that's something that, if it was just a time question, if it was just like, well, automated testing is faster, so that's good. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we could find some cheap way to do manual testing. Uh, but I don't know that I can find some cheap way to do confident refactoring unless it's fast. Like, slow and cheap is fine for manual testing to a point, uh, but fast lets me keep working quickly as the engineer and making the sorts of changes that I want to make. So I think that's a big win for automated testing. I also think that confident refactoring is sometimes, I guess, like, the advantage here was that I didn't have to change a lot of tests. If I had a lot of small unit tests and I refactored this, I might break a lot of unit tests. But because my unit was so large, I changed this and it showed up here. It said, hey, if you make this change over here, the users will no longer be able to use the application. What I like about these tests is that this test doesn't have a lot to say about how the backend works. It just says the backend needs to work. All right, that's long-winded discussion of tests, which I'm sure is valuable. One reason I took these notes like this, uh, I'm starting to get a sense of, like, why am I doing these 4 or 5 hour long live streams? Uh, when I started, I didn't know. I was like, I don't know why I'm doing this, but it's a lot easier for me to sit down and code for 5 hours than it is to figure out what else I'm going to do. So I just figured I will sit down and code for a long time, and hopefully I will notice things, and that will give me an idea of what to do. Because I would like to do some sort of online content to do with programming, hopefully some sort of like an educational angle. And uh, I saw a comment online, someone was watching this, uh, and then you said something You commented when I was discussing how I made the choice about bcrypt versus scrypt versus that other thing that I didn't choose, and you said, "Oh, it's so useful to see like your thinking there." And someone else said that about when I was doing like the database pool versus the non-pooled client, and why would I choose one over the other? And then I was just even yesterday talking about data types, and I was sort of realizing, oh, this is the rough draft. So I really appreciate, that it's helpful for you to sit around and watch me do rough drafts, because I feel like this is now the beginning of, if I make this uh, more concise, redraw the pictures to be a little bit more helpful, and kind of script it, then I can go through and like maybe this is a nice 10-15 minute lecture style video that I can put up somewhere. But right now I'm just kind of like exercising those thoughts and really being able to see what about this matters to me. And I'm like, I bet I could make a nice hooky controversial title, which is like unit test doesn't mean what you think it means. And get into why I think it's important to think about everything as a unit test. You just have to think about the size of your units. And I bet I could clickbait people into watching a video about saying they're wrong about what unit test means. Um, but let's get on with building e-commerce, because I'm sure I'm going to bump into all sorts of other things. So I don't need this test route anymore because I was just building that to verify what we are doing. What kind of data structure is your current program? Graph. When you say current program, could you say more about which part of the program? Just gonna keep going through and deleting things that I don't need anymore. So I don't need the fetch test because I was just testing that thing does what I think it does. And then got all my tests here working the way I want them to work. Uh, yeah, I could talk more about graphs at some point. I think I'm itching to get a little bit back into some more practical work after a long batch of theory. But definitely interested in talking about graphs. They are fun. All right, so all the tests are passing. Got a lot of stuff here. Oh yeah, yeah. All right, I've got a lot of code changes here, so I'm feeling like I should make some commits before this goes way out of control. So let's close. Global test setup is no longer doing this. Uh, yeah, and you've kind of got me. Like, I think yeah, I can see where, like, yeah, this was just the test example. Uh, I do think, like, the graph is, right? Graph is the idea, the very generic idea of having nodes and edges between them. And those edges often having a direction. They say this edge goes from here to there. Uh, and so it's not surprising that you kind of would see that, you know, in this drawing, like this. drawing is representing some kind of a graph. It's not a labeled graph, but there are implicit labels there. Um, it's interesting, like technically, this is a graph. It's a very constrained graph. Yeah, like a binary tree is a very constrained graph. Binary tree is a graph that has only two edges, left and right, and they are only going in a particular direction. But if you could think of like, well, but yeah, why not? Why not have a graph where at some point something points somewhere else? Uh, I think that graph is the most generalized of all the data structures, and that uh, all the other data structures are just a very constrained kind of a graph. But it can be useful to say, like, this graph doesn't have random edges that can go anywhere. It's a binary tree or linked list. This linked list only has, this is a graph that only has edges called next that only go in a particular direction. Uh, there's nothing in the laws of the universe that say you couldn't also have some sort of edge here. I don't know what that would be, uh, but it could be doable. Like this is the linked list. There is like a linked list is a very particularly constrained kind of graph that only ever points to next. There is another kind of specialized linked list that also points backwards. So this is a doubly linked list. So you can go from either end, or if you end up in the middle, you can go the other direction. So these are both graphs. They're just very constrained types of graphs. Uh, you can look at Git history. Where is my Git history? And I look at graph, focus on graph view. Yeah, in fact, this is called the graph view. Yeah, no, definitely go to the virtual event. The this Git view is called a graph view. I don't have, I'm hiding these other branches. Uh, but if I show the other branches, you'd see like, oh, currently this is a perfect linked list. It all just goes parent, 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 parent. But if you had branches, that creates a graph. It's a directed graph. It only goes ever towards the future. It never goes backwards. Uh, and it doesn't have cycles. It doesn't go in loops. So the Git is called a directed acyclic graph, in that it only goes in one direction and it never loops back on itself. So I think it's a sort of caught my interest asking about graph. And I'm like, yeah, graph is everywhere. Graph is the most generic thing, and then all the other data structures are constraints on a graph. And so we call a particular set of constraints on a graph is a linked list. Another set of constraints on a graph is a binary tree. Another set of constraints on a graph is Git. Uh, and then you have unconstrained graphs, and those are interesting too. Uh, but I don't have any close at hand examples of unconstrained graphs. But I'm going to keep on going. And it's been, again, super excellent. Really appreciate uh, that you're interested in seeing what I'm doing here. Yeah, graphs are objects pointing at each other. All right, but what I was doing here, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to structure these commits. So user event, I'm just going to go ahead. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to keep scheduling these. I might just try to do the same schedule next week. I mean, it's been a schedule that I've been on for quite a while now. So it's kind of easy to me to just keep getting up on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays and hacking away. I am going to, I'm just going to commit all the test support package stuff. So let's add this. This installs more useful testing utilities. Git commit did not work there. Let's figure out why. Oh, really got too far ahead of myself, and there's two things going on in this package file. So I guess I am going to unstage them and go through the hard chore of staging them separately because this user event, that was a separate thing. But I'm gonna see if I can install the super test mock service worker and super agent stuff together. And then I've got to go to the package lock. Oh man. Okay, so I've got super test service worker and mock service worker. Now, I guess I can. All right, I'm gonna figure out what parts of this to install, what parts of this to stage. Stage that. Oh, there's just so much stuff in here because there's so many nested dependencies of this. I don't know how to cleanly figure out which parts of these are dependencies of what. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to unstage again, and I'm going to uninstall user event. Yeah, uninstall user event. Oh, I don't need a package file in my home directory. I need to go, I'm going to do this in this terminal. We'll do, what I'm doing is I'm going to uninstall this package so I can get a clean package lock file. So now I can add package lock and package JSON. And then I'm going to go to vtest, which adds setup test. Going to leave this to do in there. I want to get that fixed before I merge back to main, but that's okay with me for now. I'm going to add my changes to my global test setup. And I'm going to, I don't think these will pass right now. let's see, what am I missing? So the app moved API router. Yeah, the catalog test isn't doing this for itself anymore. This is the only change there. Change that route. So that seems like that's part of this change. I don't have to add the registration. That seems good. I don't have to add anything to do with registration. Don't have to add any of the changes to app. I guess the annoying bit here is these changes are kind of all tied up with that. So what's the right way to do this? I kind of want to stash the changes to, I think right now this is going to pass. Is this passing? I run everything. Can't find user event. Okay, so where was user event? Okay, the user event was in register. So that's cool. I don't care about register right now. Register is not committed. Everything else passes. But if I don't have these changes, can I stash these changes? Yeah, I'm just really curious what happens if I stash these changes. So this is changes not exactly related to new testing utilities. Awesome. Awesome. So these cleanly commit as a group, which is awesome. No longer running, no longer binding to port in tests. Okay, you're not happy with something to do with Husky. That's fine. We can do git commit and I can copy this message. I'm so happy that that test passed cleanly without the stash. Then I'll go look at my source control, look at my stashes, and then I will apply this stash. Yep. I'm going to pop the stash. So I get these changes back. This is all to do with registration. Okay. Yeah. And registration added the user route. And that's what made me move these other routes into a catalog. So this question is, do I like having everything in catalog, or do I really just need a products router and a categories router? I think that I was wrong and I wanted a product router and a categories router. Or is it good to have those? Yeah, I think I'm gonna say I changing the URLs that threw me, and those failed. So I'm actually going to make this be product and categories. And then catalog router, sorry friend, you are this. So we'll say const router equals router. And this is the categories router. And then we will add all missing imports and we will export that. And then we'll go to the catalog file. And we're going to do the same thing here, but we're going to put this into a products file. And instead of catalog router, I want to call this I'm trying to do rename symbol. I want to call this the products router. Okay, feel much better about that. So the catalog file goes to trash. And then instead of importing catalog, we're going to say use products will be the product router, API router use categories will be the categories router. Like that a lot more. And then let's look at our tests. So now we've got a bunch of failing tests, but I can go to catalog and see what's changed here is just these two routes that I can revert this change. Well, now then, why are you failing? Unhandled route API categories. Now, why is that? What have we got going wrong here? API products. Oh, I think because my categories, this should be getting slashed because it's getting mounted. And this should be getting products because they're getting mounted at their places. And these are just the root routes. Look at index. Okay, that is looking better. So let's dash everything to do with registration and make sure that this passes. Okay, so I'm going to take register TSX, and all of the app changes are to do with registration as well. I'm going to take everything to do with registration, and we are going to stash changes. So changes dealing with user registration. And let's test everything. Everything passes. So I've got the user router actually want to unstage that, and I want to unstage everything. What changed in the catalog test? This really should have been out already. I think that should have been part of the previous commit. Yeah, so that should have been part of this commit. So that's the only change in the catalog test now, so let's add that. Make sure, yeah, so these tests are still passing, so we will do amend message, same message. Okay, so I'm gonna stage everything. Why is okay? I'm gonna stage everything to do with everything that's not users. So stage that. We'll add products, index, category, and app. Oh, that should have been committed. Bowls. So we've got to unstage everything. I haven't done the API router yet, but this should have been staged with the previous one. Okay, so now we go and we stage everything that's not user. So that's category, products, app, and almost all of index. So we'll stage this line. And we'll stage all of these. Stage ranges. And so this is going to git commit reorganize routes into express sub routers. Here we go. And now I'm going to pop this stash. And we get our registration. And we've got to install testing library user event. Oh, that's satisfying. Got all of my things installed. All right. Test everything. All tests pass, including our brand new registration test. And so now we can add all of these and git commit. Oh, but I'm not actually done with user registration. Man, we took a huge detour. Caused what caused the problem and caused all this rewriting and refactoring was registration tests, because this was my new test file that needed access to the server. Now, I like this. This test is definitely going. Let me close everything. Don't save. Oh, I'm going to finally deal with this issue. So I said I've got this issue where the scratch file got in Git history at some point. So I've got to remove it. So let's do git status, git rm there's scratch. Git remove cached. So git commit -m remove scratch file. Okay, so scratch file's out of there finally. So let's look at our registration component and let's see what's going on here. So I've got a big unwieldy form. I don't like that display name is all one word here. I'm going to go ahead and fix that. And we'll look at our registration test, because that's going to break down there. Let's look at our test. I save this file. I want all my tests everywhere to run. That's better. Ooh, what's breaking here? Unable to find label display name, but I saved this file. Something's weird. Like, I like Console Ninja, but I feel like it is breaking something about the way vtest gets access to changed files. Ooh, that's a lot faster than it was a moment ago. This was taking 10 seconds. It is now down to 5 seconds. What happened here? Don't know, don't care. I mean, I care, but I'm not going to dive into it right now. And then if I save register test, oh, was Console Ninja that slow? That's not terribly surprising. Like, what madness? They just do a single run. What madness is Console Ninja doing? No, plenty fast. But it does seem to cause some issues with saves. I'm going to run without it for a while. It is really useful. Uh, it definitely seems to add some time, which is not super surprising. Like wrapping the console, connecting it to something else. And all these log messages that aren't tied to a file, who knows? Uh, but I'm going to go with this. So we type in a bunch of stuff and we get registration successful. So I guess that means I want to go look at the user route and see what am I actually doing. The success source. I'm just saying that you're registered. Cool. So I actually want to deal with this. what do I want to see? I want to see registration successful. Maybe I want to just put the whole bit of information in. So I want to say get by text registration successful. Hello, test display name. Your registration was successful. We'll do screen.getByText. Your email is test@example.org. So that's gonna fail. It's interesting because I also want to say that we don't see, I'm just going to do this step by step. So what I want to do here is I want to do an insert. So let's do await exec query, import that. We're going to do equal. Oh yeah, I've got to do password hashing and stuff. We're going to do, okay. So we'll do username and password equals request body. Oh, I want to do the same thing that I'm doing over in products for pagination. I want to do a schema. So we'll do const registration, the register schema, email string, password string. I'm not going to do enforcement there, and a display name string. There we go. Let's import from Zod. And so let's do parse those things out. That'll throw an error. Error is caught elsewhere. Fantastic. And so what I want to do here is generate salt and hash with script. And let's see if, let's say const salt equals crypto dot random bytes, but I don't need, we're going to have to import crypto from node crypto. We got 16 random bytes there. And then I want a promisified script. So I need to import promesify from node util, and then we'll do const script promise equals promesify script promise promesify. All right. And then we'll do const hashed password equals script promise salt. Size is 64 bytes. Seems good to me. And then we'll do insert into users dot users email password salt display name. I'm curious because I don't have any files related to this open, but if I go to create DB, what is this? Setup DB. Now I think that might get into context. Insert into users.users. Yeah, giving it that little bit of extra context. Well, I've got to send data back. Then we will res.json, and I will send back the, okay, so this is going to give us back a users, which we'll get out of that types, and we'll do returning star. I don't need everything. I just want the email address and display name. I'm going to pick out of users email address and display name, but that is a union. And we're going to respond, so we'll do const rows is user equals await that. So then we will say if not user, throw new error, failed to create user. And I don't know why. It seems like we did everything right here. Otherwise, we will, that's going to be never. So otherwise, we will send back the user that was just created. So let's look at our registration. After logging result, registration result is empty object. So why is that? All right, I want console ninja back, and I want source client pages register test. Just want to run that. So we're sending a payload. And if you look at user, let's log some information here. So let's console log email, password display name, salt, hashed password. All right. That's not what I was expecting to see. Let's just see, are we here at all? Registering. Yes, we do get registering. I'm guessing that this schema parse is breaking. Yeah, because that we're passing it in, we're calling it display name. So let's go into the register component. So that's surprising that we get not getting an error. In fact, getting registration successful. So this should be throwing an error. Passing it into next. Because we never get here. We hit boom there. Yeah, we never get there. So why, then why is this component? Well, we're getting, yeah. What is the response status here? 200 OK. That seems wrong. It was very wrong. Catch async error. Let's go console log. I feel like I should be getting an error there. Oh yes, we did get an error there. It's a odd error. So why are we getting an OK? If I go to map.ts, oh, because I'm not doing start anymore, because I put my error handler here. So in my tests, I'm not getting this. But I don't use start in my tests. I don't need to. What does vtest express listen do? Because I think that's adding other handlers. Can I do app dot add? I think if I put this here, then I'll need to put this here, and that will make the test appropriately fail, I think. I think I had 200 OK, which seems bad. Why is that a 200 OK? I want that to be a 200 OK. Response send status 400. Response JSON error issues. Who is sending an OK status? Now there's an OK status being sent. So we get an error. We never get past here. You can just comment all of this out. Nothing should change. Gotta not comment out the important parts of the code. How is that sending a 200? Oh, this is a failure. Ha ha ha. My test utility, my test setup is not appropriately sending the status. Let's do ctx dot status result dot status. Result in any, result isn't any. Let's see if this correctly forwards things. There we are. That's my 400. And so I really should also do, I think, btx dot. Ooh, I can't just generic. Oh, I can do ctx dot set. I can send an object and do result dot headers dot all. Let's see if that is real. Not a function. So I think I might just have to do result dot headers. All right, that's what I want to see. So let's quickly commit that by itself. And this is a place where like a unit test, a test of this unit would be useful. This is starting to be like, I've got a failure in this unit. This is a big, massive, complicated unit. It's doing a lot of stuff. I'm gonna say to do, consider this a unit for testing. But I'm going to commit this now. So I'm going to say git commit message. This commit updates MSW the HTTP test talking to forward status and headers. All right. So this is now breaking appropriately. And look at my registration component. Yeah, I got bad requests. Let's do wait response dot text. Ooh, bad request, nothing. I don't like that being empty. Oh, but maybe that's because it is JSON. Let's do a catch. Where I was being. Okay, so that is not getting all the way through. Why not? Let's look at setup tests and let's console log result.status, result.headers, and result.body. Let's see what goes on here. We got status headers, no body. And let's log request.method, path name search, and body. We do have 400. Look at my app. And it appears to be doing this. I don't need to do a separate response end, do I? I just send the whole error object down? Hmm. I can do console log error dot issues. Wait, am I never getting here? What is going on here? Okay, so that breaks. So I've got to do status 400 dot JSON error dot issues. So I think that was correct. And send status was also ending it. There we go. Invalid type expected string received undefined on display name, and it's required. Awesome. So I can close that. And what is saying? Oh, we need display name, but we're not sending it. So I know how to fix that. That's a very helpful message. We've got display name. Hey, 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 successful. They're inserting some stuff. I should be filtering out some of these values from the logs. It's got the entire salt and headset. The entire salt and most of the hashed password here. For now, I'm not going to think too much about it. I want to go to register. And if it's successful with this result, I guess I want to send this back as what I expect it to be. So we're going to do returning email address as email address and display name as display name. Oh, now my type is not true here. So I'm going to go ahead and keep that. Oh, what a frustrating world of casing, but I've got the types here in register. And this is a pick user not called pick. It was pick. There's just no type here. So I don't like what I'm about to do, but I will do it for a second. As pick users display name and address. This says, dare you. What is going on there? Say as any? Okay. Say as pick. And we're going to pick users. We want display name and email address. Okay. I don't like this. So we're going to do, figure out how to get the response body type without asserting it. I get the registration results. So I'm going to say this is registered user. I got set registered true, but let's say, right, I'm going to move this type as registered user. Move it out here. Type registered user equals. Pick that out. I can at least move type registered user into the API route. So we'll do type registered user is a pick user. We can use that here. Registered user. So then this becomes to figure out how to type this without the assertion. This is actively an assertion. This query could change. Go back to here, and then registered user. I want to export registered user. We can import that from there. And so now this is a use state of registered user or null. It starts out null, and we can rename this registered user. This will be set registered user. We can set registered user with that. Okay. We've got an error here because we're not showing this, but now we can say if we're as a registered user, we can say welcome hello registered user dot display name your Registration was successful. Am I trying to render here? Hello, test display name. Registration was successful. Wrap this into fragments so we can also put a paragraph in here to say, what are we saying to them? Your email is your email address. We'll go registered user, email address. So then why did this fail? Internal server error. What is the internal server error getting? Oh, we are not clearing things out between tests. So let's look at the registration test. So let's do after each async, do await exec query, delete from users where email address equals test at example.org. Users don't exist. This is delete from users.users. And I'm actually going to do this before each because I want to leave things in place after the test. Column email does not exist because I called it email address. And that's going to be like, hey, you can't do that. You got to quote your string. Cool. All right, let's run this. That seems like a test to me. So that was just some noise I was trying to give to myself to understand what's going on. Moved that out of there, moved it into here. Really want something a little bit more say error, unhandled, unexpected server error. We'll get a stack trace. Error.stack. Error.message. You can just do the error. Error.message. Error.stack. And we'll do request.method, request.url, request.body. And then I will rename this because we're using it now. And suppose I will do method URL body like that, like this. I want to run this and set up in this every time. No, I probably want some sort of like log level system. I'm going to leave these in place and give myself a little to do. Implement log level system. They do like seeing that information. I just don't want to see it all the time. So this is, I think, setup test is going to go in first. Start will go in. App will go in. Server can go in. So these changes, what does this do? Git commit this, commit moves express error handling into app ts file. So it will run in tests. Suppose setup test. Call it that. And then we install, let me do git commit -m. This commit installs testing library user behavior testing utilities. Use that for typing. And then this commit initial happy path implementation of user registration. There we go. It's noon. I've been here for 9:30, 10:30, 10:30, 11:30, 2.5 hours. Not correct, yeah, 2.5 hours. And I'm going to take a little break. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Hello, back at it. Took a bit of a longer break for lunch today. Let's see where we left off. Left off with clean working branch. Love to see it. So I've got my registration field or form setting up. I've got the happy path. So I'm gonna look at my to-do list. We've got a sign up form. I'm gonna call this registration form. So I'm gonna say we did the happy path. We have several things we need to do here though. We need to do front end form validation, which has got required fields, password matching. Keep it simple. We've got, error handling and display. Kind of got to do that everywhere in this thing. You got to do, we got to do. So I'm probably not going to tackle this right now. So I'm going to put like a future. We need to do some sort of email validation loop. That one could be really interesting. Uh, got to do, what else do we got to do? Yeah, we want to set a cookie upon successful registration. We need to have some sort of way to, like, user session handling in React application. So I'm going to go and try and handle password matching. Seems nice and small. So I'm going to do something that I like to do sometimes. I'm going to make an empty commit. And this is require password and password confirmation fields are equal. So now I've got an empty commit. I'm going to go do the work. I've sort of planned exactly what I'm going to do by writing my commit message in advance. I'm going to do the work, and then I'll amend the commit with the changed files once I'm ready. So I'm going to do a little bit of research on this one. I know that HTML forms have some level of field validation built in. Why is my route not working? Let's see. You app TSX. Oh, oh, I never applied my stash. Okay. Uh, I do have some parts of it in there, but I don't have these parts of it in there. So I'm going to apply these changes to the working file and apply these changes to the working file. Wait. Okay, how do I get just those changes out of the stash? To apply changes. and apply changes just on those files. Let's see. I'm just running a registration test. So let's test everything. Do a single run. Okay, that is good. So I'm actually going to commit, amend, and update the message to be this commit adds front end route to render registration form. Oh, I've got to add. I've still got that in order, and now I'm going to create my empty commit. Okay, so I've got a registration form. So I was going to do some research to see, is there any front-end validation built in for password confirmation? So HTML form validation confirm password. Oh, I use jQuery. I'm not using jQuery. Without jQuery, that'd be a lot like I would do with React. Set custom validity. This looks like what I'm looking for. That is pretty slick. I was not aware of set custom validity. I wonder, is there React set custom validity? Why is it not working in React? On blur, form file, set custom validity. Got to do check validity. Need to have a form submit event to trigger it or call check validity. Where is check validity? Here's a submit. On invalid. All right, so I'm going to try doing this just by hand once. So I've got my confirm password selected. That custom validity equals must match the other password field. $0 check validity true. $0 dot valid is false. And we'll do check validity. I don't see anything. Validity. Valid is true. Let's do set custom validity equals false. Excuse me. Okay, so I don't know how to use this. Set custom validity. Validity. How do I mark it as valid? Let's see, Brett, HTML form input custom validation. Client-side validation. Mark required. Built-in pattern. Oh, that's interesting. So I could, in theory, create a pattern that is exactly the other password. So let's see what happens here. I do, this might not be secure because it might show it. Let's try this. Where are we? We're here. If I was to say 0.pattern equals password 123, and then I can do 0.check validity, that says true, but it is not valid. That custom validity equals must match other password field. And we'll do check validity. Doesn't seem to be working. Maybe we need to also mark it as required to make that work correctly. 0.required equals true. And then let's check validity. Please fill out this field. No, your expression. Constraint. Min length, max length, validating against a pattern. Hmm. Constraints type email, pattern min max required step, min length, report validity. What goes on there? We do $0 dot report validity. Please fill out this field. Okay. Say the pattern must be digits, 4 digits. Interesting. So if I do type text, right, what's going on with these patterns? I feel like I should be able to, ooh, custom constraint. Okay, let's reload this. And let's say $0 dot set custom validity equals must match the other password field, and then report validity. We do this for a non-password field. No. Is that, does custom validity not work on inputs, or is it just not working? What is going on? You hit validate. Grant zips must have that. Oh, this validation seems kind of touchy. Do there, 0, that types email. Let's just do type text. $0 set custom validity. $0 dot valid. Check validity. Says it's valid. And say you're not valid. And then report the validity. No. $0 dot required. True. Please fill out this field. All right. So it's required. I'm going to fill it out. My name. And we'll report validity. Okay. We'll say that custom validity must match the other password field. Report validity. Let's give it a pattern. Pattern is hello. Please match the requested format. That custom validity. Report validity. So the custom validity, why don't you work? So we set and we report. Do we have to do that in one go? Okay. Let's do $0 set custom validity equals something gone wrong and report. No. Function boom. Call boom, nothing. Let's do $0 on click equals boom. On blur, no. On change, so maybe it could be that events matter, but I'm not getting my events because React is doing something weird with the events. Okay, okay. What is validity? Can I not just set this arbitrarily? Here we go. Value missing custom error. False. What is custom error? HTML form input custom error. HTML form input validity. Returns a validity state object. Set custom validity. Boom. Set custom validity is not a function. Says it's been in Chrome since version 10, which is a long time ago. $0.set custom validity. Oh, I've been setting it. Aha. $0 report validity. Boom. Okay. That is nice. I'm gonna go for very simple validation here. So I'm gonna say this is required. This is required. This is required, and excuse me, this is required. Now if you try to register, you're gonna say, please fill out this field, Colin at sample.org. Gotta fill out the password, 12345. Gotta fill out the confirmation, 12345. But if I'd done 6, it's not confirming that. So I want to get confirmation. And I guess the question is, do I need to test that those fields are required? So let's do testing library React test required field. Let's search for required. Validation, testing, library, DOM, form, validation. Mhm. Okay, we've got to be valid. Let's see. Oh, suggest vtest JSDOM to be valid. Custom jest matchers, but I'm not using jest. Can I use these? They're like vtest DOM? No. Does this work with vtest? Broken with vtest. Hmm. Okay, we can bring in only the extensions to expect that we need. Interesting. Vtest DOM. Nice little fork. Okay, under consideration. Let's just see if I can test this as is. Do I need the little helper? So let's do, okay, we've got our register test. Let's close everything, register test. And okay, uh, it requires all fields be filled out. So I'm going to go to register and I'm going to get rid of these requirements because I like seeing tests fail. Okay, this is async. Going to register. So this is where things are a little bit off that we're not doing here. We want to get by text label, display name, If I label text, if we don't fill it out, dot validity. Yeah, how do I check if this is valid or not? Well, let's see if we can log this. Console log. Only want to do this. Gotta run my test. Yeah. Where is everything? npm test. I don't want to run, but I do want to do source client pages register test. Okay, we get a validity state. So let's see the output. I want validity.valid should be false. So let's say expect to be false. Got true. Update this to be required. Hey, but I probably don't need to wait for. This is just going to be invalid from the beginning. Yeah. Now I don't love that this is there. Can I do TypeScript extend HTML element type? Where is this type coming from? Get by label text returns an HTML element, which comes from React. Now the types don't have it. Look at package. We've got types React 18.2.15. React TypeScript validity. Turns HTML element lib dom HTML element. Okay, validity. Supposed to have it, but maybe. Oh, because this isn't returning by roles. Let's do screen.get by role input label display name. We do label text. No, if we do get by label text, we have options. And I give this a role input. Looks like maybe I can say that I know better. HTML input element, and that's going to have validity. Okay, that's okay for now. So I want display name, email, password, and confirm password. And then I go back in here and I mark them all as required, and it passes. Okay. Could be a little tidier, but not the worst. Okay, then let's say it requires password revision to match password. Fascinating. Okay. So now I want to, I guess I can do an on change event. So we'll say I'm going to set custom validity. That's exactly what I want to do. Passwords must match. Hmm. Make sure this is happening. Hmm. Okay. Typing these out. We got to do this on either one. So let's make this function. What can we do? Extract to inner function and arrow function. We'll say this confirm password, validate password confirmation. And we'll also do this on this one. So we'll do on change, confirm, or validate password confirmation. Where did validate password confirmation go? So this function goes right in here, but it is just is the function, and we take an event. Unexpected end of file. What are we talking about here? So this is going to be event, do change event. Unexpected end of file. So what are we doing here? Register equals this thing. We gotta close it off. Cannot read properties of undefined event.target. Because we don't want to call this right now. We just want to use it. Oh, we don't want to get password confirm. We want, okay, so we want to get uh, event. I guess we can just do document get element by ID, confirm password. And here we can do, it's going to be an HTML input element. Can't do that. I guess I can do value, and just for consistency, we'll do this. Password. Don't like that we're doing these as any's in here. I'll figure out a way to deal with that. It might be invalid. It might not be there. Okay. This is great. I enjoy that. What to do next? So I guess what to do is to commit. Commit. Don't want to do it dot only. Define for dot only. Don't have any in the project. So I'm going to go ahead, see what's changed. It's the validation. So we will get add update. Ooh. Require password and password confirmation fields are equal. So I guess this is going to be get commit amend message add validation messages to registration form. Really did all of those validations. Let's go look at this. If I do register, gotta fill out the name. I'm Colin, Colin3 at example.org. 123, 1234. Passwords must match. Where do I want that message to show up? Guess I want it to be on the password confirm. Okay. So maybe since I'm here, I've got the test passing, so I can go and do some modifications. So I think I want refs for all of these inputs. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to say const name input equals use ref HTML input element, email input, password input, and password confirm input. So I'll bring in that from React, and we'll put some refs here. So I'll say ref equals name input. We'll do ref equals email input. Do ref equals password input, and ref equals password confirm input. Okay, so we can make some changes here. So we can say this is name input.current.value. And this will be email is email input current.value, and password is password input. No, password is password input current value. And then for validate password confirmation, we'll say if password input current value does not equal that, then we'll do password confirm input that custom validity passwords match. Else no error. Fantastic. And then that still passes. I like that a lot more than the any's. That's a whole registration test. Okay, yeah. Uh, love that confidence in refactoring. Now I think we can commit this. Status. Oh, this might just be another little commit. Yeah, git add you, git commit dash m, refactor registration form to use React ref instead of query selectors. Love a good refactor commit. These log messages, I'll leave them there for now. What's next on my to-do list? Okay, so I've got password matching confirmation. I've got required field confirmation. I've got my front-end form validation done. So I want, error handling display, that just needs to happen everywhere. Let's set a cookie. So what do I want in this cookie? Well, I definitely want to sign it. Hmm. Okay, so my initial thought is to do a JavaScript web token. Like, can I use it? Is it good to use in a cookie? I've done it before. I don't think there's anything terrible about using JWT in a cookie. The general thought that I have here is that, let's go and look at JWT. I said JavaScript web token. I think it's JSON web token. Let's look up. JWT stands for JSON web token. Yeah. So JSON web token, pretty cool. It's a format for signing JavaScript objects. They're pretty cool. This seems like a good. So we got these three parts. You say the header, tells you like, what is it? It's a JWT. Here's the algorithm. Here's the data that's in it. And then you have a signature of it. And the signing of it says, hey, this has not been tampered with in any way, because you sign it with a secret. Uh, they're not like cryptographically secure. So if you get access to it, you can see what's in it. What they are secure against is they're tamper resistant. So you can know that whatever is in there is something that you actually made. But if somebody gets it, they will see this information. So I'm going to be fine with that. And I'm going to say, we're going to put this, so we're going to make a JSON web token, and we're going to put it in a cookie. So the way this cookie works is we've got a client and we've got a server. Ooh, you know what I might do? I haven't really done this yet. I might do a mermaid sequence diagram. So let's close everything out. And I've got a scratch file, but I'm going to make some notes. And we'll make our first note, which is session cookie markdown. And I will open preview to the side, and we will do sequence diagram. So mermaid sequence diagram is pretty nice in that you write some code like this, and you get something like this. Now, you should be able to get mermaid markdown preview mermaid support. How do I do this? Okay, I've got to tell it that it is mermaid syntax. So I say this is mermaid, and VS Code does this for me. So I believe you can also create participants. Yeah, we can say that we've got participant server, and you can create a little alias for it. So let's do S as server, participant, client as client. And let's say the first thing that's going to happen is the client is going to send a message to the server. Hello. How do I do this? Okay, to client to server. Hello. I want to do those in that order because think about it going left to right, first order. So what's going to happen is the client.server is going to post register. And I want to see, can I put some extra notes around here? I want a little code block, really. Text and note. So let's do note over client server. So we'll do note over client server, and it'll be, what up? Now, can I do styling code? notes. Do two-line notes. I'm going to do mermaid sequence diagram uh, code formatted note. Cheat sheet, notes, 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 notes. Gantt diagrams. Didn't know you could do Gantts. Weird. Don't scroll to the bottom of a web page. You're gonna see weird stuff. No. Why is it so weird? The bottom of web pages are scary places. Don't scroll down. Never scroll down. What's up? Can we do what's up? No. Can I do what's up? No, I would like to do something formatted. So let's say mermaid diagram code block in note. Mermaid diagram note styling. How to guide for mermaid styling. Style. All right, that was note. Source theme sequence stats SCSS. Can I inline style? Note font. Adjust the margins. Let's do mermaid diagram inline style. Inline CSS. Maybe we can. Hmm. Maybe I can do this. Inline directives. Inline directives. That's wild. But let's see if that is supported here. Monospace. Okay. This I like. Note font family monospace. And can we do, oh, I can just make the whole thing monospace. Knit font family monospace. Oh, love it. Love it so much. Note. And can I change the alignment of a font? Note align. Aha. Let's do note align left. Yeah. I feel like this immediately immediately makes me love Mermaid so much more. So we've got note over CSS, new line. Yeah, but how to do line breaks in a note? I'm just got to do a BR, don't I? This I don't love the most, but this is going to be, you know, username, password, roughly. And then the server to the client will say, okay, we like a 200, okay. And it's going to be note over server. It's going to be over client and server. It's going to send back header set cookie, and this will be, you know, JWT with user information. I'm going to say with session information. Can I get these wider? Does mono spacing? No. How do I get my notes wider? How do I do notes? Mermaid note width. Mermaid diagram note, sequence diagram note width. Graph, sequence diagram. Notes. And specify the position of a note, but not the width. I wonder, can I kind of force it by demanding extra space there? Aha. Can't do that. You can get it wider by doing this, but the note, I do just the note over client and note over server. Ah, when he tells you a note over two things, let's do left of server. And we'll do right of client. So the client posts a username and password, and the server is going to send back a cookie. Do note left of server. There's a way to do, and it'll also send back username. Let's say it's going to send back the ID and the username. Not quite true to what ours did. Make it really look like HTTP. We could just do no message, and we could say, look at this. This looks a little bit like HTTP now. Interesting. I'm just losing my mind here now. I'm just having a good time. Post to register, send a body, username and password. Server sends back. I guess I don't. I want some kind of label. Okay. We're going to post a register. Server is going to do some stuff. I'm going to come back 200 OK, set cookie. And then what'll happen there is from this point forward, if the client goes to the server and does any star, it's definitely going to include note write of C will have cookie AWT with session information. So this makes the server says set cookie, and the client will send it back every time. The other thing that we're going to want to do is HTTP only cookie. Only HTTP only. So I'm going to do secure. Technically, we want to do secure because we want to only send it with HTTPS. But we also want to do HTTP only because we want to make sure that we don't expose it to people who shouldn't have it. So there will be data there. Oh, our semicolon's not allowed. Come on now. I do, is there a HTML entity semicolon? It is and semi. Let's do and semicolon. Okay. Oh, I can't do and semi here. Mermaid note semicolon. Semicolon breaks sequence diagrams. And what's the alternative? Pound 59. Okay, cool. So there, when we say it's secure HTTP only, it means that you can't access it with JavaScript. Otherwise, cookies, you can access them on the client. We don't want that. We want this JWT to be, reasonably hard to get to. If somebody gets this, they can use like a password. It's not good. So we post a register, we get a cookie back, and then any request after that is going to work. Take a picture of this. I like having a sequence diagram. Yes. Camera just not playing, or is this just because I have brightness turned way down? Oh man, I just smudged my camera real bad. Okay, this is fun. I'm gonna go add this to a LinkedIn message. Kind of realizing I'm coming to the realization that like this is not just I'm not just here to do the code. I can, in fact, I'm going to be using these sessions to generate material. I'm going to go to a post I made and I'm going to make a comment. Select more photos. Done. LinkedIn. Choose the sequence diagram. Just branched out into making a mermaid sequence diagram for a session cookie explanation. Very excited for that. Yeah. I did not know you could do this at the top of a sequence diagram. I must tell a friend. All right. Okay, so this is our goal. We want to sign a cookie or sign a JWT and put it into cookies. So I'm going to go, there's a module for JWTs, JSON Web Token. Great little module. Love to use it. So we're going to go and install this. Guess we're going to do npm. What did I just run? Oh, I just ran it. So we are going to have to use this. So I'll go to my source, to my server, API users, and I'm just going to start off by doing this right in here. So we will do import from JSON Web Token. I'm going to need types for it. So let's go seek out those types. Pretty good. What do we get? We can sign. Yeah, JSON Web Token. Let's go back to our diagram here. Open preview to the side. So yeah, there's some extra stuff here. So I'm going to put another participant in here. We have client server, and we have JWT. And so the server is going to, what do we do here? So we get this, and then the server is going to use JWT to say, you know, oh, server to JWT. So let's say sign a token, please. And it's going to send a note over server. Let's do note right of server. And this will be the information that's in the token. So in the token, we have to give it a secret. And this is a secret that is not the password. This is a secret that is secret to the server. That's not the user's password. This is like the server's password. Give it a secret and some data. And then the JWT library will be like, send back a token. And let's say the JWT is session information. That's what this is. So this is the signed token. A nice little like lock. Yeah, it's secure, it's tamper proof. It's great. We're going to use that here. So we say sign a token, please, giving you a secret and some data. It will sign that token. That token gets back to the client as the cookie. And the client makes any other request, sends it to the server, and that's where the server is going to say, server to JWT, going to say, verify a token, please. And then do note right of server, and it's going to give the secret again, same secret, and the signed token. Night note right of that. And then the JWT will tell the server, green check, that's good. I mean, it could say bad, it could say bad, it's not good. But I'm just doing the happy path diagram here. And then the server will send to the client, like 200, okay, note left of server is going to be requested data. So this is the general flow of how this works, right? This part here is going to be varying data that you're asking for. But it's that when you register, you get a token, you send that token back when you ask for stuff, and we get a verification. So now I've got to do that. So we need a secret. So where can we get that secret? Oh, we got a great place for that right now, at least, is in the environment. So this is an example environment. We're going to have secrets. We also have this JWT session secret going to equal very secret value. I'm going to make a note here. This value should be cryptographically secure in production. In local dev and testing, it's okay to use a plain short value. So cryptographically secure means it should be random and large. You want a large number of bytes. You want it to be difficult to guess what this value is. You have like 64 bytes, 128 bytes of random data, and you pretty much never want it to see the light of day. But for our purposes, I'm going to say insecure. I'm going to just make it really clear. This is an insecure example secret. I'm going to use that in my end file. It's fine by me to use an insecure example for local dev. In production, you would not want to use such a thing. All right, so we've got a secret. Let's say here we need to get that secret. So let's say const jwt secret equals process env. What did I call this? jwt session secret. Do or throw new error jwt session secret is not set. Let's try to do if there's no secret, we'll crash the application. Might as well call this the same thing. JWT session secret. So I'm going to need a function to assign a JWT. I guess I'll just do it inline here for now. So we will say const token is sign, which we got from JSON Web Token. And this needs a payload. Well, it needs a secret, and it needs some options. I think the options I need to choose is I have to say which algorithm to use. I'm going to use the default SHA-256. I really don't know which to use, but I'm okay with the defaults. And the payload, the secret. I need to do expiration. Okay, yeah, I need some. These can all be undefined. I have no idea what happens if I just leave them undefined. But let's do user. Okay, this is where like I should be doing the subject down here is I want to get returning ID from here, which means I need to go and update a registered user to pluck ID out. So subject will be user.id, and guess that's about it. I guess I could put a role here, say that you're authenticated as a user. I have to put that in the payload. Role is user. And then we do response.cookie And let's see what options we have for cookie. HTTP only is true. So let's say max age, what is this? 60 seconds, 60 minutes, 24 hours, 7 days. Why not? HTTP only is true. Now, I'm not quite sure how to test this with testing library React. We can go and actually look at it. So if I register as colon, I think we're up to like 4 or 5, example 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I go over here and look at my network tab, clear this out, and register. The response headers run set cookie, and they give me a token. And so if I go and look at JWT debugger, I can paste that token in there. It refers to user 1. Seems wild. I thought I'd have more users in my database at this point. Did I reset my database? I don't think so. Okay, Postico. See what's going on here. Oh no. Must have had a reset at some point. I'm down with that, but I've got a hashed password. I've got a salt. I'm user ID 1. This is trustworthy. And now if I go to the catalog and we look at one of these requests, we're not seeing that cookie come through. I think we have to make some change to fetch. We go to the catalog page and look at one of our fetches. So fetch products. I think I've got to say credentials include. Now if I reload and look at the products, request headers include a cookie. If I take that out and reload, products does not include the cookie. Oh, it did. Maybe that's just default. I don't know what I thought I was seeing that it wasn't there before, but it is there. That's great. So now the server can validate. Man, I am starting to fade. So I think I'm going to have to take a break for the day. Seems like a good place to stop. So, adios.